Help me! Help! Help! Hello, chat. Good evening. Um. Oh, fuck, it's already starting. Oh, ow. Again, I want to thank Wheels for the 11 months. Also, hello, Wheels, and hello, Maker Cat. I hope you're all having a wonderful evening, and anyone who's lurking. I hope that you all had a good day. What did you guys do today? Because I did fucking nothing. I like No, that's not true. I was being a lazy piece of shit and was playing Nebulous Fleet Command earlier. And then I made a slight update to the model, and that's pretty much all I did. You guys probably already have noticed what the update to the model was. But, yeah. You watched me play Nebulous Fleet Command. No, you didn't. I wasn't streaming it. I wasn't streaming it. Unless you meant to say that you saw my Discord status. Because that's true, because I forget to turn that thing off. Um, and it's funny because I built a new Shelter Alliance fleet. Uh and then was only able to play games as Outer Systems Protectorate, which is really funny. Maker is in my walls. I might believe that, actually. I might believe that. He also did laundry and put together a new commander deck. Um what do you mean commander deck? I'm curious. What's that? What card game is that for? Magic the Gathering. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Why is it called a commander deck? I hope you guys didn't hear that. That's really loud enough for the microphone to hear? Hold on, I need to mute myself for a second. Okay, thank you for your patience. It was originally called EDH. Short answer is because your deck has a designated commander card. Hmm. I guess I didn't really know that about Magic the Gathering. Is that like, if you lose the commander card, you lose the game? You were just a gotchoid all day? Speaking of gotcha, I've been seeing, like, screenshots of, um, Arknight's Endfield. And I gotta say, um, the combat looks really bad. I'm sorry. I was hoping for something else. The other aspects of the game look pretty cool. The fluorite animations have you licking your screen every time you tree posts one. I don't think you're supposed to be licking fluorite. That sounds bad for you. Um, Note that that is not the same thing as fluoride. You can cast the commander card at any time so long as you can pay the cost, but every time it dies, the cost goes up. The colors on the commander card also determine what cards can go in the deck. Decks can only have one copy of each card, not counting basic hand. Oh. Basic hands. It's good for your teeth? I don't think so. Actually, if you have too much fluoride, it like turns your teeth brown. You get like spots. It's definitely not good for them. However, you won't get any cavities. That was actually how they first discovered the beneficial properties of fluoride. Is that there was some town where it was naturally just like a lot of it was in the water. And the people there had like fucked up looking teeth. They were like, what the hell's going on? And so they analyzed their teeth. And they realized that their teeth were indeed fucked up. But also, none of them had any cavities, which was unusual for the time. That's unusual now. I don't know what town this was though. Hold on, let me look this up. It was in Colorado Springs, which, as you might guess, is in Colorado. By the way, I wanted to ask you guys a question. So, take a look at the helmet here. Take a look at the helmet here, which I changed the look of. You see how it has that red pressure ring? Should I change that to something else? It was originally blue, and then I realized that that looked really similar to, like, a piece of artwork that I had seen a couple weeks previously. And so I changed it to red. I don't know if it fits very well. I tried gray, and it didn't look very good. I could try some other colors. I could try a different shade of blue than the dark blue that I was using, because I was using the same dark blue that's on the oxygen tank. I can always try black. That's true. The problem is that the collar is like the central one is already black. It would blend in like too well, which I don't want. If you have enough red motifs to make it work, then I'll probably leave it that way. And then I also added I added a little flight patch to the uniform. This design is not final, by the way. However, I quite like it. Reddish brown is a pretty common gasket color. Okay. But yeah, I like that little. I like the little flight patch. I guess it should be on the other side, maybe. But I don't care. Maybe they do things backwards in the far future. And yeah, so those were the two additions I made to the model. I didn't really do anything else except I think I fixed the rigging in the toes, which didn't matter because those aren't like none of the poses really take advantage of them. And no, the full body tracking I got does not do toe tracking. Don't ask. I won't get toe tracking ever. Don't ask. There might be poses actually that utilize it in Warudo, but like by default, none of your tracking methods are going to my knowledge. I'm trying to think if there was anything else important that happened recently. Not really. I had a good Thanksgiving. I hope you guys did. Now that it's past Thanksgiving, I won't instantly shoot people. in the town square when they're jolly and they're Christmas pilled. That is now allowed. I'll probably get like a Christmas hat that I can put on top of the helmet. Is BGM is killing you? What? FTL? I do like FTLs. No. A couple songs in the FTL soundtrack are really, really good, and then the rest of it is not. That's that game's problem. I've said this before, and it's not bait. I really do believe this. That drum loop is a default preset in one of the plugins you own. Oh, okay. There's like one of the songs from Worlds, the Porter Robinson album, uses like a really default piano synthesizer, and it fucking kills me when I hear it because it's like, oh, that I've heard that in a program before. Like completely unmodified as far as I can tell. It's really funny. I can't remember which song it was though. Or like hold on. Sorry, this is gonna be taking away from the playlist a little bit. You guys know this song from Deltarune? It says "Welcome to the City." This one is really funny to me because it uses that fucking default cat sound. Is that Mario Paint? Maybe? It'll be really obvious when it plays. Hold on. It's really funny to me. Yeah, there it was. There it was. I'm trying to remember what the hell that is. That might be that might be from Mario Paint. Hold on, I need to test. I need to check something. I can't tell if it's the I can't tell if it's the Mario Paint cat tone. Hello, three cats. Welcome in. Speaking of cats, you were just talking about cats. Well, we were talking about that default cat noise that you hear in like a lot of things. I'm pretty sure it's Mario Paint. Which, if you guys are unfamiliar with, oh no, I am not the cat in question. Don't do that. Stop it. Where was I? There we are. Um, for those of you who are unfamiliar with Mario Paint, it was a like an application. Not well, yeah, it was a computer application. Or no, it wasn't even for the computer. It was actually for the NES. No, SNES. Sorry, if I'm reading this correctly. I did not own Mario Paint. I was not young enough to have had an SNES. The oldest console I ever owned was a Nintendo 64. Um, Mario Paint is both a raster graphics editor, uh, but it is also a music composer. It also has other features in it. Yeah, I was gonna say there's also there's also a successor to Mario Paint for the 64DD, which is like a bizarre fucking Frankenstein console peripheral. Um, the 64DD was a disk drive add-on with built-in storage. Um, for the Nintendo 64. I just got a fucking advertisement from the Nvidia app on my computer. We're gonna have to kill you, buddy. We're gonna have to kill you. Hold on. Mario Paint made the NES mouse peripheral? Hold on. Oh my god, that's real? Why does that look like... Okay, that for some reason the mouse peripheral for the NES um or for the SNES looks like it looks like a piece of loot from Arc Raiders. I can't remember which one. It's like the voltage converter or something. They look weirdly similar. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Notifications. Available rewards. Off. If I ever see that on again, I'm uninstalling this application and switching to AMD. There we go. Wow, we get it, you're a gamer. I have been playing a little bit of Ark, but because I'm awake at such terrible hours, I barely get to play Ark with other people I know. It's so bad. I've had like multiple people want to play Ark with me, and I haven't been able to because when they're awake, I'm asleep. And then when I'm awake, they're asleep. It's fucked up. It's evil. I wish it wasn't like that. Anyways, point is, I have been enjoying new games recently. There's a sale going on right now on Steam. It's not particularly impressive for Black Friday sale. However, I will probably pick up Hard Space Shipbreakers, which is like 70% off, so it's totally worth it. Um, and there's a few other games that really aren't that high on my priority list that I might pick up. But today I'll be doing more Sunshine Heavy Industries. There were more levels that we had yet to do in that game, even though we basically beat the game. Um, this is kind of... Oh, this is louder than it's supposed to be. Anyways, you guys can expect there to be me to stream Hard Space Shipbreaker sometime soon. Just because if I don't stream about it after I buy it, I'll probably forget about the game. But we have more Endless Sky to play. Just because I got the biggest civilian ship in that game does not mean that the game is over. We've barely seen any of it. There's like a whole bunch of plot lines that are unresolved and aliens that we were just told about last stream that we've yet to meet. So I do want to play more Endless Sky. So you can expect those two games somewhat soon. Unless I do something weird like stream Arc Raiders, which I probably won't. Although I think my PC could handle it, I'd probably have to turn down some of the settings. But I don't think it would be that bad. Oh yeah, the full body tracking. I need to show that off at some point. I've been too tired all of the days that I have streamed recently. Let's do Arc. I don't I don't need sleep. I need loot. Well, I can't do Arc right now, but this stream is not going to be super long. Um So I might be available later. I wasn't gonna do a full length stream today because I started late, and also, I'm gonna stream Monday, so. But you can do Arc right now. But I have a plan. I have Sunshine Heavy Industries levels to do. I need to do that. That's more. I don't want to say that's more important because that's fucked up, but that's the plan. I have to do that. I can't fuck the plan. It's important that things must go the way that they are supposed to. What's the one saying? Plans are useless, but planning is indispensable. That doesn't really fit here. Live in the moment. I am right now, which is why I'm gonna not change stream categories. I'm gonna do guess the game. I'm gonna do guess the game. We have things to do. Hold on, where's my Firefox capture? Okay. Oops. Oh, the crop is all fucked up, right? Because I was. What was I looking? No, I was looking at that stupid video where Ninja is talking about uh having a good melee to finish the job. When he shot on my back. That stupid ass video lives in my brain. It's so funny. I saw another horribly out of context clip of Ninja today again on Twitter, which is funny because like that's just pure coincidence. I'll have to post that one in the Discord later because it's really funny. I don't want to derail stream with it right now though. This is I don't know what this is. I'm gonna guess it's Far Cry 5 though. Oh, it is Far Cry 5. Okay, I was gonna say the landscape is like distinctly boreal in the background. Like this very clearly looks like the inside of a Firewatch tower. Um and you can see pine trees on the outside. And there's like a grand total of a grand total of 3 video games set in an environment like this. And they're Firewatch, The Long Dark, and Far Cry 5. It's clearly not Firewatch because it doesn't look like Firewatch, and it's clearly not The Long Dark because it doesn't look like The Long Dark. So it had to be Far Cry 5. Yeah, it's Unreal slop. Actually, does Far Cry even use Unreal? Hold on. What's Far Cry 5's game engine? Far Cry does not use the Unreal Engine. It uses the Dunia engine. Like, like, like the science fiction book Dunia. What the fuck? Okay, yes, same engine as Far Cry 3 and 4. Okay. Strange. I didn't know they had their own engine. You can tell it doesn't use Unreal because it actually ran decently well. True. Apparently they added like ray tracing support later, but it wasn't initially in games like Far Cry 3, 4, and 5. It's the global illumination and volumetrics that make this shit so difficult. It's because it's ray tracing is hard. Volumetrics are still ray tracing, by the way. Good. Sorry. Let me rephrase that. Good volumetrics use ray tracing. Bad volumetrics don't need ray tracing. Far Cry 5 is an open world first person shooter. And for a lot of games, by the way, bad volumetrics are perfectly fine. Like, I think War Thunder uses like rastered voxel clouds. It does not ray trace. It's fine. It looks fine. Unreal isn't a bad engine by any stretch, but it enabled devs to cut so many performance corners that come back to bite them hard later. I will be completely honest with you. I totally understand why developers like global illumination, because I think I took a look at the feature of baking light maps and setting up light probes in Unity once, and almost had like a stroke. It's so bad. I get that it, certainly preserves a lot of processing power for your users, but holy shit, it's so obtuse. Oh, nanite? I don't know enough about nanite to say. Global illumination is great, except for when it's not. Global illumination has a threshold of quality where if you're not giving it enough power and enough samples, you'd be better off with the worst, quote, worst looking raster illumination. Because when you are like half-assing it, that's when you get that like signature lumen flicker underneath the edges of objects and shit. It looks really awful. You see it a lot in like the backroom slop games. That's lumen doing that, by the way. That is a 100%, that is lumen. And it's just not giving it enough power. Yeah, if it's done decently, it looks really good, and I do like global illumination. But that's not compatible with everyone's hardware, for one. Especially now that apparently RAM is insanely expensive. I don't know why did they switch from GPUs to RAM? GPU prices have actually come down a little bit. It feels like. Certainly from the start of the year. But like RAM is now ridiculous. I overspent on 64 gigs of RAM back in July, and that might have been the smartest, like, unintentional thing I've ever done. When you were first using Unreal for art before you learned Blender, one of the first things you did was nuke Lumen and start path tracing all your renders because it looked like crap. Yeah, exactly. I still don't exactly know what the difference between ray tracing and path tracing is. There is a difference. I know because Blender uses them for different things. They're not the same, but I don't know what the difference is actually. You need lots of RAM for big data sets. Oh, okay. I am so glad I got the 256 gigabytes of RAM. What do you mean? What do you mean 256 gigabytes of RAM? That's crazy. You told me about your PC specs? I don't remember that. Temporal anti-aliasing in Lumen was pretty whack, and the screen space reflections were fucked. Oh, by the way, that's one of my number one complaints with Arc Raiders. Where the fuck is my MSAA? Hello? Our only options are to use TAA, which sucks, nothing, which really sucks, um, FSR, which is just AMD's version of DLSS, or DLSS. Like, where is my regular anti-aliasing? Hello? Are you? It's annoying. It sucks. I hope they change that. My God, I do not want DLSS. Get that shit out of my video game. On the other hand, some people are like, oh, I'd rather have no anti-aliasing instead of DLSS. No, you don't. Trust me when I say no, you don't. No anti-aliasing also sucks. It's really bad. But for different reasons. Anyways, where was I? This feels like the fourth time we've seen Far Cry 5 on Guess the Game, by the way. We sure have seen that game a lot. Far Cry 5 is an open-world first-person shooter developed by Ubisoft and released in 2018. Set in the fictional Hope County, Montana, the game immerses players in a rural American landscape under siege by Eden's Gate, a doomsday cult, by the charismatic and sinister Joseph Seed. Technically speaking, most of Montana is not considered rural. It is, what is it? I forget what the technical term is. It's either like wilderness or frontier or something. It is actually a step below rural. Because there are actual like government classifications for that. I'm sure Far Cry 5 is fine, but like the problem was I played Far Cry 4 after Far Cry 3 and I was like, this is just the same shit again. And so I ended up never getting Far Cry 5. I did kind of like, okay, I will say I did like the environment design in Far Cry 4. It felt a lot more vertical, which was nice. But like that was its basically main redeeming feature. Of course, you know, Far Cry 4 had a better villain than Far Cry 3. I know what you're thinking, but Voss is great. That's the problem. Voss isn't the main villain in Far Cry 3. He dies like half the way through. That's Far Cry 3's biggest problem. Is that the beginning is really good and then the ending's kind of mediocre. I enjoyed the gameplay for as much of it as I played, though. I have a big habit. No, I was gonna say I have a really big habit of just not finishing like open world shooter RPGs. Not just Far Cry, but Just Cause 2, Just Cause 3. So I just don't buy those kinds of games anymore. I know I'm not gonna finish them. So like what's the point? I'm not gonna buy that. No matter how good it looks, I know I'm not gonna finish it. I probably wouldn't finish Red Faction if I played that either. And that's not to say that they're bad games. They just don't hold my interest long term. Or long enough to finish them, anyways. You don't even need to finish Red Faction, Lamau. Well, like, you know, what is it? Red Faction Gorilla or whatever. Not the original Red Faction, which is a very linear game in comparison. It's like a cousin of Just Cause. If I had to guess, Just Cause was probably inspired by Red Faction. Red Faction as an IP is a lot older. I will say, I did quite like Just Cause 3 because its setting was more interesting. Like, speaking of Far Cry 3, I feel like we've seen fake Indonesia like 6 times now. But fake evil Greece, that's new. I thought that was interesting. I don't know anything about Armageddon actually. Gorilla's the one that I know most, and I've seen. Ow! Hi Maz. Hi side by side. You have to sleep now. Well, thank you for the 16 months. Have a great rest of your night. Well, I mean, that's life. You know, sometimes you really just have to sleep, and that is more important than watching streams. Um, I've experienced the exact same thing. I know what that's like. But have a great rest of your night and get some good rest. Not around here. What do you mean? No, sleep is still important. I am not the person to be used as an example. Although, frankly, I get pretty normal hours of sleep, except on Tuesdays and Wednesdays it can get a little dicey for reasons involving my job and my unwillingness to adjust my schedules for changing shifts. Um oh yeah, sorry, I was reading this description. Sorry. Players take on the role of a customizable deputy sheriff tasked with dismantling the cult's operations by recruiting local resistance fighters, liberating regions, and taking on Seed's family of lieutenants. Gameplay revolves around completing story missions, exploring the expansive open world, and engaging in dynamic combat and stealth encounters, with a variety of weapons and vehicles at the player's disposal. Um, Actively watching my potential sleep time dwindle. That's like, okay, if I go to sleep in the next 10 minutes, I'll get exactly this many hours of sleep, and it's always bullshit. Every time that you engage in that, just know that it's bullshit, and your estimates are wrong. But where was I? Didn't wasn't there like a Far Cry after this one that was like post-apocalyptic? Was that any good? Was it the Fallout killer, or was it just like mediocre slop? They really pumped out Far Cry games, and there was a bunch of them I like know nothing about, like Primal or Blood Dragon. It was all right, but you need to play 5 first. Ooh, well, I'm not doing that. It really should have just been a DLC. See, that's what confused me because I thought Blood Dragon was a DLC too, and then it turns out it wasn't. And then Primal was Primal. I don't know. You take the one interesting thing out of Horizon Zero Dawn, which is the robots, and then you just end up with a worse game. Oh, this is. I don't know what this is. There were a lot of mixed takes on it. Oh, on the post-apocalyptic one. You were streaming Horizon Zero Dawn, the original or Forbidden West? I heard the original is decent, but that Forbidden West like gets really fucking weird. That's what people have told me. But as someone who hasn't played either, that's just secondhand information. You don't own Forbidden West yet? Well then, I guess we'll never know. Unless you stream that too. Not to say that, why did it do that? Oh, it's because it went over to midnight. Hold on. Wait, it went over to midnight, but we didn't get a new game. Far Cry 5 is today's game. That's weird. Okay, why did we get it an hour early? Oh, right, because guess the game does that. This looks like Final Fantasy. One of these days, I will guess Final Fantasy, um, 14, and I will be correct. No. Almost the right graphical era for it though, for early Final Fantasy 14. Um, this is definitely not it though. I don't know what this is. Actually, this might be a graphical era behind. I'm sorry, I just saw an ornate tile floor and assumed that it was Square Slop. Because they love that. I genuinely don't know what this is, though. Okay, it's set in a school. That doesn't really help me. Although that does greatly increase the chances of whatever this is being, like a survival horror game. You might be wondering, why does it being set in a school mean it's more likely to be a survival horror game? The answer to that question is, I don't fucking know. But for some reason, like, Japanese developers especially love to set horror games in schools. Maybe their education system really is that horrific. But that's like a trope for some reason. You bought a Lego set and even Magic the Gathering cards? They have a Horizon Zero Dawn um school-based games are only survival horror if it's based in the US. Well, that's the funny thing. There's like two survival horror games based in the US. There's one that I don't know the name of, but it's like a third-person shooter. And there's like weird monsters. I think they're like plants. I think that one's an American developer. I forget. That's an old game. I don't remember the name of. And then there's another one, which is not a shooter. There aren't actually very many American games set in a school, now that I think about it. It was a secret layer, so all. Oh, 5 cards, all but one being just alt arts. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that they had an MTG collaboration either. American schools are pretty hard to survive in, after all. You're not. Wheels, you aren't even German. I don't expect you to make that joke. Ever... anytime anytime I speak to a German person over the internet now, at the back of my mind, I think that really stupid like German like soy jack video that's been going around on Twitter the last week or so. Please tell me you guys know what I'm talking about. If you don't, I have to post that in the Discord after stream. I have to. It's been living rent free in my head. It's so funny. You have no clue what I'm talking about? I have to post it after stream then. Of course, I'll be likely to forget, but another after stream item added to the black hole? Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know me. This is clearly late homework. That's not on this website. I think that's too obscure. It is also not that though. Um, Late homework, by the way, is a really cool um horror game, by the way. Who did I watch play that? I think it might have been Vinny Vinesauce. I don't know. I thought it was a neat game. I thought it was a neat game. And I don't even really like horror games. 86%. That doesn't really help me. One of these days, I'll guess Bully and it'll be correct. It's not. Oh, this is a PS2 game. There are big fucking numbers on the screen. which leads me to believe that this is an RPG. As for what this actually is, I haven't a clue. Could this be like an old Persona game? Maybe aren't isn't one of those set in a school? Sure. Yeah. Fuck it. Sure. First guess. Whatever. Whatever, man. They had that fucking number font that you only see in RPGs, where the number pops up on the enemy when you hit them. It's like the weird italic font. Western devs don't use that. Shin Megami Tensei Persona 3, developed by Atlus and released in 2006, is a landmark entry in the role-playing genre that blends traditional turn-based combat with a unique social simulation system. That is not what I would call that. Set in the fictional Japanese city of Iwatodai. That's probably a butchering of the pronunciation, but I haven't played the game, so I don't know how they say it. I haven't played a Persona game. God willing, I never will. The game follows a high school student who joins the Specialized Extracurricular Execution Squad, SEES, a covert group battling mysterious creatures known as shadows during the enigmatic Dark Hour, a hidden hour between days that most people are unaware of. Players navigate a dual lifestyle by day, building relationships and managing activities like schoolwork and friendships, and by night, venturing into Tartarus, a sprawling, multi-floored labyrinth filled with shadows. The standout mechanic involves summoning powerful entities called called personas, manifestations of the protagonist's psyche, which can be fused or strengthened to enhance abilities in battle. I will never play a Persona game. I will never pass up an opportunity to shit on them. For no reason other than the fact that I think that there are better RPGs. And also, all of the people I have known previously that have really liked Persona were annoying. Most of these people were on the internet, by the way. Not these are mostly not people I knew in person. Mostly. Not entirely, but mostly. And some Persona fans are normal, well-adjusted people. This is true. However, social simulation heavy games like Fire Emblem Three Houses, is that really what they're gonna call that? That's why I play XCOM. Sorry. That's why I play XCOM. Fire Emblem if it was good. Your only problem with Persona is the managing every hour of each day. That could be annoying. I'm not really sure how the time management system works in that game. I was gonna say, isn't SMT a different franchise from Persona, or am I thinking of something else? What's the one video game made by the same company where the guy is blue for an amazing reason? What fucking game series is that? Isn't that the same developers? Oh, you're gonna lurk and then get some sleep. Well, have a nice lurk. I'm surprised I got that in 3 though. I so correctly clocked that as a Japanese made RPG that I impress even myself sometimes. Although I will say I was sort of tipped off because the school setting didn't look American. This This looks like... No, there could... Okay, it's not. It's never mind. That's not even on the website. Never mind. Um, this looks like an old game. Problem is, I don't know which one. Like this looks like genuinely looks like DOS era game. Um, I don't know why it is, but it's like the way that people do pixel art is different now than the way that it used to be. And I don't know why. I think maybe it's because now in modern times pixel art is more of its own artistic style, but back then they were trying to do pixel art in the style of like comic books and stuff. Maybe. That's the only reason I could think of why old pixel art looks the way that it does. Like this looks like something old, but I can't quite correctly guess it. It might be newer than I think. On the other hand, Metacritic score not rated means that it could be old. What if this is something weird like uh shit, I don't know. I got nothing. This looks like fucking um this looks like I mean it looks like a platformer, but I cannot figure out which one. Um this is like, I don't know. I got nothing. I gotta skip this one. I haven't a fucking clue. I'm sorry, Xbox 360? And Xbox 360 only. Oh guys, I'm not gonna get this one. I don't know what this is. This is like uh that looks kind of like the head of like an animal character. Like that looks those just like those are round little ears that I'm seeing. But I haven't a fucking clue what this could possibly be. Okay, well I was right about that, but uh, uh, I'm I don't know what this is. I was gonna say it looks like Super Meat Boy, but it isn't. What the fuck is this? Splatoon. Battle Block Theater. Oh, that's old. Oh, I've heard of this game. Oh, this is old. Battle Block Theater is a quirky 2D platformer developed by the Behemoth and released in 2013. The game plunges players into a bizarre and hilarious adventure as they are shipwrecked on a mysterious island and enslaved by sadistic cats who force them excuse me, to performing deadly theatrical performances. Players take on the role of unnamed prisoners tasked with traversing the challenging levels filled with traps, puzzles, and enemies, all set against the backdrop of a twisted cat-controlled stage. Each level demands precise platforming and clever problem solving as players navigate hazards, collect gems, and save their friends. Oh man, I forgot that this game existed. I was never gonna guess that. I didn't know that that was an Xbox 360 exclusive. Okay, this game is... Oh, I don't know what this is. Could be Dishonored. Like the first one, though. Couldn't be the second one. No, it's not. Is this a point and click? Uh-oh. If this is a point and click, I'm screwed. Metacritic score 74%. It certainly looks like a point and click. Like, these look like pre-rendered backgrounds. Oh, what the fuck is this? Xbox 360, PS3? It is apparently a shooter. I don't know what this is. Um, I've never seen that gun attachment system before. It's an RPG? What the fuck is this? Oh yeah, these are Japanese developers. Um, I don't know what the fuck this is though. Resonance of Fate. I don't think I've ever heard of this in my life. Resonance of Fate, developed by Tri-Ace and published by Sega in 2000. Of course, this is a game you would know. Of course, this is a game you would know. It's an old, early. No, this is more like mid 3D. This is like, yeah, this is 2010s. This is not early 3D, but it's a Japanese-made RPG, so of course you know it. Resonance of Fate, developed by Tri-Ace and published by Sega in 2010, is a unique RPG set in a dystopian future where humanity resides in a colossal tower-like structure known as Basel. To escape to escape environmental collapse, players follow three protagonists: Vacheron, Zephyr, and Leanne, members of a mercenary group undertaking missions while uncovering the secrets of their world and the tower's mysterious governing mechanisms. The gameplay deviates from traditional RPG norms, featuring a deep and strategic combat system built around acrobatic gunplay and real-time mechanics blended with turn-based elements. Uh-huh. The style seems interesting. Actually, it kind of reminds me of um the visual style of the game reminds me of that first Nier game. Like the one Nier game with the that's Bloom Slop, not Automata, but the other one. But I think that's just because they're the same graphical era. Everything looked like Bloom Slop then. But by God, is this color palette dreadful. The gun mechanics are very silly. You can have like 10 barrels on a pistol and 4 sights. That's awesome, actually. I love games that let you do impractical shit with your guns. I was gonna say when I was looking through the panels, the gun modifying system intrigued me because I haven't seen a game that actually did anything like that. Most other games are pretty they railroad the way your attachments work. But there are a couple of video games out there that let you get really stupid with it. Like oh, what game am I thinking of? I swear that there's another shooter that's more recent but probably less known than this game. Because it's made by an indie developer where you could make like crazy firearms. I can't remember the name of the game. I'm actually not thinking of Sprocket, although that's a good thing to mention. Sprocket is a game where you can design your own tanks, and you get to make really crazy and practical tanks. The whole game is designing tanks. That's what the game is for. I think I've had that one on my wish list for some time. I need to actually buy that because it would be pretty fun to just fuck around with. Same way that same reason I bought Children of a Dead Earth, by the way. Um, I'm not saying that this game is bad, by the way, because it actually looked kind of interesting. At the very least, the setting looks somewhat unique. Um, and that does a lot for literally anything. I think that's enough guess the game for today, though. We've done as much as is available, so I think it's time to change stream categories to Sunshine, Heavy, Industries, and also get this Firefox source out of the way. By the way, it turns out that the SMT game that I'm thinking of, where the main character is blue for an amazing reason, is literally SMT like 5 or something. It's because Persona is actually sort of like a spin-off. I was thinking of the mainline games. I haven't played any of those either, by the way. I'm just familiar with them. Yeah, yeah. There is regular SMT separate from Persona. Um, I don't know. I actually like know basically nothing about it at all, except I think it's an RPG. That's about it. Okay, where's my video game? There it is. I need to move my sources slightly. You bought SMT5 because the protagonist was just so hot you couldn't get him out of your head. Um, I guess I I was gonna say it must be a good character design because the fact that the protagonist is blue is the only thing that I know about the game. So I remembered the main character. So that's a hallmark of good character design is that people remember it, at least. Okay, where's Okay, and then I need to set the capture to point scaling, which should look a little bit better with something pixelated like this. Meanwhile, you often forget I'm meant to be a goat. I'm not a goat. Don't... I'm the goat. I'm not a goat. I'm based on an ermine. Although, I was gonna say, I've been thinking up a character design in my head that kind of looks like a goat, but not really. I've been working simultaneously on 3 different character designs in my head, drafting various aspects of each character. Like I said, I want to make some like low poly 3D models for them. That would be a good stream actually. Do some more like low poly models on stream, like I did with Nehilum. That would be cool. That was fun the first time I did that. I'll have to do that more. Especially since I want to get rusty with character design, even though I just finished this one. We have more missions to do. She's a teacher now? Wait, really? That's cool. Like, has a real job? I mean, congratulations, but also, damn. When are we doing a collab stream? I don't know, did you have a game in mind? But also, I would have to take a look at my schedule. Because I do have games planned. You promised... Oh wait, I promised I would after I finished my new model. Oh, I probably did say that, yes. But also, promises without expiration dates are very unfortunate ones to make. I'm just kidding. I will ask about it later though. This is our one alien that doesn't speak English and also doesn't speak any other languages other than axolotl. Translator's still busted, huh? This is fine. Can we try interpretive dance this time? Insert the one Squidward clip. Oh my god, you can see the stupid little shuttle we made at the end of last stream in the background. It's so silly looking. It's just a tiny little block. You got a cool new part blueprint and you want us to redesign your ship around it. I'm basically a genius. Hyper pump? What the fuck is that? Oh my god. Through some questionably safe hyperspace trickery, this pump reaches farther than it should be able to. Oh, it has a pump radius around it. That's interesting. Other pumps that we've had have not had a radius. They all had to be adjacent to the thing that we were pumping. So we need 24 thrust. And we need a bunch of fuel. I don't think we want to use the dirty engine in this case, because this ship is too small to do that, really. It also requires way too much command. No, we can't do the dirty engine here. We'll have to do a regular engine. Fortunately, we have an engine that meets our thrust needs exactly. On the other hand, it's kind of more expensive per unit thrust than some of the other engines. It's fine. Okay, and then we need 24 fuel tanks. Also, this shit needs to be armored. Oh, sorry, not 24, 32 fuel tank. That's half of it. You know, let's change this up a bit. Let's actually do a more efficient engine setup. What about, like... Can't we do 8, and then 8, and then 8? Doesn't that work? It does work. However, we kind of have to set it up like this. And then... this thing needs heat sinks, because those engines still require heat. We also need firepower, but not very much of it. And we don't require maneuverability at all. I think for this one, we can probably get away with just one of the small generators. Which should be more than enough to power that, and also our firepower? Yes, it's exactly enough. We just need 2 cannons. Oh, however, they do also need to be powered. So we'll do something like this. And then we need command. We need a lot of command, actually. We also need passengers. So I think this is one of the situations where we maybe want to use a cab? Because it gives a passenger and a command per unit. Which makes it actually very money efficient, because I think passengers require... Okay, passengers are very cheap per unit space, actually. But that's fine. We'll still use the cabs. Like this. Oh, we still need fuel, don't we? Right, we should probably figure out the fuel situation first. Before doing anything with caps. Okay. We can put fuel tanks down in these slots here. Like this. And like this. And then like this. We still need a tiny bit more fuel, so we have to rearrange these slightly. Okay. No, that's a bit silly. That's more like it. We can make this slightly more symmetrical, too. There we go. Okay, let's try something ever so slightly differently with this. Gosh, the new fuel pump sure is nice, though. Oh wait, that looks kind of cool. He says, knowing damn well that actually it kind of isn't cool. Okay, let's try that. And also we can move these in. And now we just need our 4 firepower. Where are our weapons? Here they are. Cannon 1 by 1. Oh yeah. No, this is great actually, because we can use this heat sink in order to satisfy our weapons. Not enough space, it seems. Unless we want to greatly overspend on weapons, which I don't really want to do. Can I make this one point backwards? I said I would make things beautiful, but I've decided I want to be efficient still. How much cheaper is the... heat vent? Okay, 2 heat vents is more expensive than 1 heat sink, so we're just gonna quickly remove this and then replace it. And now our ship looks kind of like this. But it shouldn't. Because I realized that something has to go here. We can't armor the space in front of the gun. That's not how that works. And then we can just use command as armor. I don't see any reason we can't really do that everywhere. Oh, we can't. Oh, you can't do it like you can't do it at the backside like that. But you can do this. That looks a little awkward. What if I moved this? That looks better. Sort of. What else? These internal spaces here, we can't put anything in them. But scaffolding looks nice, and basically doesn't cost anything, so we're going to use that. Oh, except it's not armored. Right. I forgot that little detail. Yeah, okay, I've forgotten some of the mechanics of this game since the last time that I played it. But it will be fine. Now, we still need a lot more commands. A lot of it. Okay, it might be... I'm gonna get rid of that. Add a cockpit 2x2 instead. Ooh, that's annoying. Okay. Because I now realize, right? This fuel tank's gotta go. Okay. Let's try something a little bit differently. With the fuel tanks. Trust me, this will make sense in just a moment. See, the hyper pump essentially allows us to do whatever the fuck we want with our fuel tanks. To a point. It's actually quite powerful. Not quite powerful for what I need it to do, though. There we go. The answer was staring me in the face the whole time. Now we can delete these and replace them with symmetrical cockpits that look like this. This should give us a whole lot more command. Now we're short on passengers. We can place them in a couple different spots. So let's do that. That looks a little funny. We can change that to be a little bit better looking. Hold on. And that deals with our passenger requirement as well. But yeah, we just need more command and then front armor. This is really an efficient build that we've got here going. That's not me coping. That's still short on command. Are you kidding me? Okay, we added another one here. We're still short by 3. Okay, well, the obvious solution there is to get rid of the cabs, actually. Wait, no. I think the cabs give the same amount of command as the cockpit 2x2. Yeah, so actually replacing those wouldn't do us any good. However, you can make them slightly longer. Wait, this is a stupid idea that would look ugly. Let's not do that. No, I've got it. I've got it. There we go. That almost doesn't look terrible. Oh, we are short on passengers now, but that's like very easily fixed. And then we still need 3 more. Oh, and then we can just put some scaffolding in. Wait, what do you mean all parts are within bounds? What part do we have that is out of bounds? Oh no, I don't know why it said that actually. There we go. That's really good. We have 1 more passenger than we actually need, but it looks better that way. Oh wait, why didn't I just get rid of this? And then put in like a... There we go. There we go! It's awesome. It's great. I don't know why this axolotl needs so much command. Oh, I get the joke. It's because it's supposed to be like a flying fish tank. Yeah, it's supposed to have glass everywhere. No, I get the bit. Okay. It took me that long to realize. That's why both times that we've had this guy, or I guess, you know, the axolotl is not necessarily a man, but the last time that we were required to build a ship for the axolotl, it also had to have 10 billion command on it. Did they, like, not notice they're not underwater? Is that it? Okay, actually, no, now we have canon pronouns for the axolotl if I wasn't paying attention before. I see them now. That better not be it. Oh no, we have the hive mind of 3 people to show up again. That's not the tour van one. That doesn't sound very good. Peep. Status. Crashed the van. I think I heard it happen, actually. Hi, I'm Peep. I'm in a van. And we kind of crashed our tour van into the side of your space station just now. But great news! We need a new ship built. If anything, you should be paying us for the scrap that used to be our old van. So about the ship, we need one with long range, and with room for the whole band, and also a built-in stage and speakers. Most of our fans don't live on planets with oxygen, so it's easier to bring the venue with us. Also, is it cool if we crash here until the ship is done? Well, you already did, actually. Oh, wait, you can see them playing the band in the corner there. That's cute. Stage 6. Oh, wait, we actually do put a stage on the ship. Okay. Holy shit, I thought that was a bit. I thought that was a bit. And we need 12 speakers. They just require energy. Well, we should clearly put the speakers right by the stage. We're obviously supposed to build it like this. Okay, but now we need power. Ooh, this needs maneuverability too. Gross. It also needs armor. We don't have a super huge need for command on this thing, so we can get away with some solar panels for this. Uh, 29 fuel. Wait, does this need to, is the stage radiation sensitive? Hold on. The stage is not radiation sensitive, and neither are the speakers. So we can have dirty engines on this thing. How much thrust do we need? 13? Okay. What if we just did, you know... the engine setup that actually makes sense for this? We're still gonna need 2 fuel pumps, though. That hyper pump is really convincing. However... I mean... as long as you're only using 3 fuel pumps... like, if you're using more than 3 fuel pumps, it makes sense to... I think we're only going to use 3 fuel pumps, so it makes sense to just use the regular ones. Where's the heat management? Here it is. Now, I think it would make sense to use cabs in this case, since that counts as both armor and passengers. We can only really put those in a couple places. Where's the armored fuel tank? We may want to use that in this situation. It is over here. Pod 3x4 cylinder, or 3x3 and then 3x4. That's 12 fuel per. We only need one of those, though. Put it up here. Although, per unit space, well, actually, it's pretty cost efficient. It's 35. Regular tanks are 30. So the armored tank really isn't that much more expensive than the regular one. Then we can put in some smaller tanks. One here. And then... No, not that one. Sorry. We need exactly 16 more fuel. We do that with two 8x8s. Oh my god, get out of the way. Okay. This looks a little awkward. Hmm. No, that's silly. What am I doing? Go back to the original tank. However, I'm gonna get rid of these cabs. They are efficient, but... No, it's fine. The cabs are fine. We do still need space for maneuverability, so that's what'll go on the back as armor. Oh, we need cargo too. I kind of forgot about that. Okay. And that also needs to be armored. There we go. Then, you might be wondering why I left those 2 spots open. That's where the comps will go. Comps need to point out, but they don't need to be armored. So, that's a pretty good spot for them, I think. Oh, and right here. There we go. That's just enough comms for what we need. And then passengers. I don't need very many extra. There we go. Wait, are we? We're still short on fuel. What the fuck? By 6. Okay, can't put the passengers down here because fuel needs to go here. Or the cargo. Okay, we need to swap this slightly, actually. No, we don't. Okay. Let's think about this. How much do we need? 6 extra fuel? We can do that with... Oh, fuck, we don't have a 3... Wait, we do have a 3x1 fuel tank. Perfect. Now where do I put the passengers? Here. And here, and that makes it symmetrical. Not really, actually. Actually, not really. Hold on. There we go. To make this thing symmetrical, I'm doing all sorts of weird shit. There we go. Well, not really symmetrical, actually, because it's a side view that we're looking at. This whole time that I've been playing this game, I assumed it was a top-down view. Turns out I'm just wrong. Oh wait, we didn't need very much maneuverability at all. We'll probably need another fin though. Because... Wait, we can move this. No, we can't. We'll use this here. I was gonna say, we're gonna need slightly more maneuverability because we'll be placing armor on. Armor is extremely inexpensive. There we go. That's actually more maneuverability than we need. But I think if I get rid of one of these, it's... Oh, we still have enough, actually. Never mind. That looks good, I think. What if we put the fin on the front? That speaks to me for some reason. Kind of like, not like a boat keel. I don't really know what I'm thinking of. It's possible I'm not thinking at all. I could be a philosophical zombie this entire time. You ever think about that, chat? Look at that. Okay. Yo! This rules! I can't wait to see how loud these speakers are. Hey, next time we're in this sector, you should come to one of our shows. It would be an honor. For you, I mean. Oh, fuck you. Wow, for a second there I was, like, touched. What an asshole. Private cruiser. Hey, guys. Ren is the goat. Except he's not actually a goat. I don't know if Ren is based off an animal. Ren could be like a weird alien, actually. The nose is and mouth is a little goat-like, but that's it. Ren, what are you? I can't believe it's taken me this long to ask this question. Now that my business is really taking off, I want to make sure I keep visiting my friends. And since you don't live on my couch anymore, I want a non-work ship to come visit. How fancy we talking? Not very fancy, though. If you have room for a greenhouse, that would make me really happy. Oh, we actually do need to add a greenhouse to this. Is that under miscellaneous? Okay. It's armored. We only need one of them. It does require energy, though. Why does a greenhouse need energy? Isn't the point that you get sunlight in from the outside? Or maybe it needs its heaters. It is space, after all. We also need to have two... We also need to have one of these panel corners. Why do we only need one of those? That's a strange requirement. And the bottom, front, and top need to be armored on this thing. It does not need any firepower. It needs to be slightly maneuverable. This is doable. It requires, like, no fuel. Excuse me. Yeah, we can do this with an engine like this and an engine like this. Put a heat management vent here. And then a generator. Where's the generator? Is that energy? Right, I'm silly. Well, actually, hold on. We can power this thing with solar panels, actually. That's probably more efficient. Because in order to have enough energy for this, we would actually need two generators, and that's more expensive than one set of solar panels. And we just need one fuel pump here. Because... we can put in one fuel tank here. And then, one fuel tank here. That's all the fuel we need. Where is that solar panel? Energy. I don't think any of the other things that we need require any energy. We do need more command. We also need passengers. This almost looks symmetrical. I think it's a good idea to do the rear cab design again. Or actually, we can place those at the front this time. Why is the game yelling at me? Oh, because they're on top of each other. We still need more command, though. And cargo. We can need to pull these forward slightly. Well, what if we just put the solar panel in the front? Reason being, it makes this thing symmetrical. And then we can put a command here. And some command here. We actually need slightly more command. Hold on. And we need some maneuverability, but again, not very much. We might be able to just get away with crappy pin. We probably don't even need 2 of these, but I'm going to make 2 of them. They're not very expensive. So in the name of some symmetry... Oh, right, we need... we do need comms still. Only 6 comms. Isn't that the same amount given by the compact? It is. Okay, so we need to put a compact antenna somewhere. Easy solution. We just have it hanging off the back. That's what we did the first 6 times that we had to put command on our ships. It simply is the best solution. And now we need to fit... Oh, wait, we're missing our armor panel, which we'll put up here. It's not like there's anywhere else important for it to go. There we go. And now we need to fit a bunch of cargo in command. That should be really easy. And then passengers. Like the movie Passengers. Oh, and then we have a bunch of extra space in there. What do I do with this? Scaffolding. Well, no, we'll make it symmetrical first. Pseudo-symmetrical. There we go. That looks pretty good. For some reason, I really like how that ship looks. Even though it's basically just a cube. I like my cube-shaped starships. Man, you guys are really good designers, so I thank you. Good thing you did such a good job, because it's been gonna be parked here all the time. Sheesh, get out of here. And come back tomorrow. And bring those crullers. What is a cruller, actually? I like from that one space bakery near your scrapyard. What is a cruller? Hold on. A cruller is a deep-fried pastry, popular in parts of Europe and North America. In Europe, it is either made of a string of dough that is folded over and twisted twice to create its signature shape, or is formed from a rectangle of dough, with a cut in the center, allowing it to be pulled through, over and through itself. I have had this as a kid. I don't remember where I got these. I didn't know that's what they were called. I just thought they were donuts. I mean, they're technically, they're technically a kind of donut, frankly. Okay, that makes sense. Huh, the more you know. Oh, we have new stuff in the shop here. We can afford all of it really easily, because we have so much money. Sundiver. Hey, give us spaceships! Oh, it's the two cats. Look at this dude, every stream is a secret one. Well, today's stream isn't gonna be very long. I'm only gonna be streaming for about another hour. Also, ad break is about to hit in 20 seconds. But, this probably will go only for another hour. Hey, give us spaceships. Oh, it's you guys. What kind of ship do you want? Something state-of-the-art. To fly into the sun. Hey, they made a movie about this. It's called Sunshine, and there's ghosts in the sun or something. It's fucking weird-ass movie. To fly into the sun. We're gonna go hunt a sun criminal. Not even gonna ask. Sounds like you'll need a special heat sink to work for this one. Every single part of the ship is gonna need cooling. Hop to it, partner. Oh boy. Okay. Extreme temperature. To counteract extreme temperatures, every single part of the ship must touch a heatsink. Oh boy, they need 32 firepower? Fuck off. They're going to die in the sun. I hope so. One of them is our old AI, by the way, on our old station. One of them's just a lazy bum who keeps getting their ship destroyed. I want to help either of these people. They're annoying. Okay, well the guns are gonna need heat anyways, because they're guns. Yeah, it's not just external parts that need to touch a heatsink. Everything needs to touch a heatsink. Heat vents, however, are armored. That's going to be really expensive, but that'll make... I mean, it'll work. We're gonna need a bit of energy. It might be worth it using an intake. Or a turbine. Turbines are more expensive, but I don't know why. Oh, because they produce more energy. I think an intake is going to end up being a thing we want to use. We'll put it on the front. Oh, we also need 2 radar. Hold on. Put it like down here. And then... Oh shit, that... Oh, hold on, that doesn't work. In order to derive the heat sink benefit, this thing needs to be touching the... How far does the power extend out? Not very far at all. We're still short on 4 energy. Turbine gives us more. Also, its energy range is a lot higher. I think... It is slightly less expensive to use a heat vent and an additional generator. But only very slightly less expensive. Never mind, it is actually less expensive, and I will explain why. Because we need to have stuff inside the ship, and that also needs to touch a heatsink. So we're going to switch to a turbine. Turbines also don't need to be exposed to the outside space. That's kind of important. So something like this works. Then we need cargo, fuel, thrust. How much thrust do you need? 30? That's kind of a lot, buddy. That's kind of a lot. Ugh, and we have to armor that too. We can armor that with fins, I guess. So it's not awful. $18 fuel. We can do that with 1 fuel tank, can't we? Yeah, we can. If I can find the fuel tank. That is. Oh, my mouse, please. Please. I've been putting off getting a new mouse like I said that I would. I'm sorry, chat. And then we need no, not a 4x2, a 3x2. So we only need 6 more thrust. And then we connect it all with a single fuel pump. And then we realize Every single fucking part of the ship needs to touch a heatsink. So we put one right here. And then, see, yeah, with the way that the heat requirements works, we benefit a lot from using, smaller items. Or, sorry, larger items that only have to touch once on their entire length. Problem is, each fin that we use is also going to require each fin that we use is going to require some a heat sink, or it'll explode. Or something? No, it won't explode. I mean, your ship will melt, and then you'll die. Believe it or not, getting rid of heat is very difficult when you don't have an atmosphere to just dump it into, which is what we do on Earth. Or water if you're, you know, a power plant or something. Okay, then where's the passengers? Here they are. And we can put our heat vent here. No, that's a bit silly. There we go. However, we still have some cargo. That we need to place somewhere. Probably up here. And then another heat sink. This one actually can face forwards, and I'll explain why that is. This looks ugly as shit. Let's change this. Can we change the way our firepower is laid out? Just for both looks purposes and also because it's less expensive to use the smaller firearms. Let's see. Okay. We still need a little more firepower. How much more do we need? 8. No. 6. Which we can get with the 2x3. Okay, we just made the ship slightly larger, but it's fine. This thing is gonna be asymmetrical, but that's okay. Passengers can just go here, actually. In the front. Everything seems okay here. We can just, like, connect this back on. This doesn't look that ugly, but now it needs fins, so it might get ugly. How much fins does it need? What if we change this ever so slightly? I'm making it more symmetrical. It's beautiful. In a certain manner of speaking, that is. However, it still needs fins, so let's figure that out. When I'm making a new country and I'm trying to place it between Sweden and Russia, but it's missing something. Damn. I wonder what it needs. Please laugh. That one was good. That one was good. Nobody understands my genius. That's okay. Ooh, the fins actually make that kind of harder. I see. We have to actually armor this first. Down here. Oh my god. There we go. Okay. Where's the... Let's move this whole thing forwards. There we go. Now we need fins. Truth be told, I'm designing a bed because I want them to fall into the sun and die. That's the real truth. There we go. And it still needs a little more maneuverability, so let's just... Now if I add 2 more armor and it puts it over the maneuverability requirement. Okay. Irritating. Also, that requires more heat. Obnoxious. Wow, look at that. That looks kind of terrible. But I hope that they fall into the sun and die. Hey, I'm surprised you didn't design this ship yourself. You know, being a ship cat AI and all. Yeah, wait, no, that's a good question. Maybe I'm just sentimental. No, your ships are awful. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, yes. All the ships I make come out looking like the ship cat tutorial. I'm not originally designed for this kind of work, remember? Have you ever flown the ship cat tutorial ship? It's so bad. It's so bad. Anyways, go catch your star, outlaw. Bye. Okay. Unlearned lesson. You messed with radiation. You messed with radiation again. The engines are just so cool. Purple is my favorite color. Please help me. Oh, buddy, what is this? Okay, first of all, you don't need this much power. Oh, it's locked. Never mind, I can't rearrange those parts. Well, if we can't move the locked parts. First of all, what the fuck is this fuel pump setup? Okay, first of all, what? Let's just adjust the elephant in the room. Address me. What the fuck is this? Okay, we need 20 fuel. Not quite 20. But we can rearrange it a different way. Yeah, okay. Point is, all the command cabs just need to be on the back. Same for the passengers. Oh, the guns can go... Actually, the guns aren't even in a valid position to begin with. Yeah, passengers can't be up front. We are going to need an additional fuel pump no matter what, so there's no way around that. Might as well have it up front. We can make it more compact and slightly less ugly looking. Power generation can be up front, actually. If only because that gives us an easier place to put firearms. And maybe it looks less obnoxiously ugly. Okay. This looks a lot better, but we have to keep in mind the radiation zone. So we can do something like this. And then we just need to connect it. And also add a little bit more maneuverability. Which is really easy to do. Where are our structural parts? Here we go. That's okay, that's a little too long. Or, you know what? You know what? We could actually have the guns in the back. Allow me to explain how that will work. And it'll save us a little bit of money. Not that much, but, you know, it's something. We have the heatsink here, and then the guns are instead, like, they're the structure of the ship. Like that. This sure is a ship design. And I think I can just duplicate. Oh, and it's almost enough. Maybe if we delete some of the scaffolding, it'll be enough. Oh, it actually is. Okay. We'll make it sideways so it looks a little less ugly. Like that! There we go. That looks good, actually. I think. You know what? Sure. Yeah, that's fine. This guy gave us a hunk of trash, so the fact that this is even fine is amazing. Although, hold on, let's swap out the fan for something else. We don't need that much energy. We could get away with a, what do they call it? Yeah, like that thing is $900,000. We could swap that out for, you know, 2 heat vents. And a generator. I mean, we really only need a singular generator for this thing. We only need 10 power. And then we need 2 heat sinks. Yeah, wow, look at that. Look at that. That's amazing. It's awesome. This frog wishes he could have my aesthetic sense. If my mouse would cooperate, that is. It's perfect. It's actually perfect. Yes, this is all according to my masterful plan. So say thank you or I'm banning you from our shipyard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No problem. See you next time. What are these question mark ones? I haven't seen that before. Oh, that's funny. Hey, hi, hello, howdy, hello. I may have made a little bit of a silly error. And that error is that I agreed to ship a lot of radioactive materials on my old person tour ship. And I do have the specs for radiation proofing, but it's kind of expensive. And actually, that's all I have to say, thanks. You want me to put what on this ship? Are you kidding me? Oh, and like triple the amount of comms required? Okay. Well, we don't need as much fuel. We don't need as much thrust. If we're already going to be shoving radiation back there, it might be worth it to use the dirty engines in this case. How much extra fuel do I need? Hold on. We need 5 more. Okay. Oh, and we need way less command, apparently. So we can just delete these. Okay, and the radiation range is there. So it makes sense that we are going to put all of these comms on the bottom, which doesn't have to be armored. Only the top of this vehicle needs to be armored. How much? Oh, we need 67 comms. I think in this case, it might be worth it to use some of the dishes. Or just a bunch of the compact ones. I don't know. Problem with the dishes is that they also generate heat, which I don't really want to deal with. is this? Why does this person need so much cargo? This is silly. Okay. 1 billion comms towers. We'll actually probably want to use the compact ones, although they're not really they're not really worth it price-wise. They're worth it space-wise. That's so stupid looking. Why does beacons need this much communications power? Are you trying to stream in 1080p? What is this? Oh, we also need lead bunk, 4x2, 1. Oh, interesting. We only need one of these. And then rad cargo. We need 2 of these? No, we need 8 of these. Okay, get rid of all of this shit. I didn't realize how many of these we needed. Okay, well, we can put some of them... Wait, do they count as armored? No, they don't. Well, we can put them all back here. That leaves us with a kind of awkward gap here. But we can just put scaffolding across it. There's absolutely nothing stopping us from doing that. Then we need some fins. Where are those? One single fin on the back is actually enough. Well, we're gonna add some armor, so maybe it won't be enough. Okay, that was actually overkill. There we go. Oh, wait. Whoa, total overkill, actually. There we go. It's not exactly symmetrical looking, but that's fine. We can clean it up a slight amount with, some scaffolding. That's good enough for me. We actually have more passengers than me. Can I make this a bit smaller? Not really. Actually, not really. We can save a little bit of money. That looks ugly as shit. Oh, look. Okay, let's fix that. There we go. It's perfect. And by perfect, I mean it looks honestly awful. Do you think the passengers will mind all the radiation? It'll be fine. Just, just have them take the magic drugs from Fallout. It'll be fine. Because I kind of forgot to let any of them off before the redesign. Oh, they're all dead. Oh, they're all dead. Oh, buddy. Oh, you killed a lot of people, dude. That's unfortunate. Not my problem, though. Well, gotta go. Hey, it's Omega Mind, coming back at you with another cool request. Is it still just the three of them? We think maybe people just haven't heard about us yet, so we need way more comms antenna. Maybe we can, like, debate people into joining the Omega Mind. We're undecided on that tactic, though. Remember when you said you'd beat this game, like, 3 streams ago? Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. What do you mean? That's what I'm doing! The problem with only having 3 people... Oh, there's still only 3 people. The individual opinions don't get drowned out much. I'm looking forward to when I can't tell which opinions are my own. Heat pipe. Cools everything in a line below it, but must have a clear path to emit heat to that space. What does that mean? Hold on. Computation. We don't need any GPUs for this. This is clearly not a gaming computer. Oh, okay. Does that work like that? Wait, that's kind of crazy. Might be worth it to put it on the front, though, because then we can have the engines use it, I think? It doesn't seem like it's blocked by anything. How much thrust do they need? 11 thrust. Well, I don't think we can use the... maybe we can use the dirty engine. We need this thing to be as small as possible, and we need a lot of command. We're not using the dirty engine. That's... stupid. Well, let's just do an engine, 3x2? And then an engine 5x1. And then we need port fuel. We need a fuel pump for that, though. Okay, we need 3 CPUs. And 2 RAM. Oh, we need top and bottom armor. We don't need maneuverability. Which makes me think that this might be an ideal situation to use the solar panels. Because normally we need space. Well, we still do need space for command, actually. Oh shit, we need radars too. No firepower, right? No firepower. And 61 comms. Okay, man. None of the computer parts are radiation sensitive. Oh shit, right, okay. I misinterpreted the mechanics of these things. Alright. Let's be smart about this. He said before being dumb about it. How much power generation do I need for this? 104. Well, a reactor is going to be huge overkill for this. Solar panels won't be enough. Not the turbine. I mean, it's expensive, sure, but or the intake. I think intakes are worth it in this situation. I mean, 44 more power. That's an obnoxious number. Okay. Okay, so we're short on energy. Got it. But we can just like stick another generator in here, can't we? Okay. We need 8 cargo. What's our radiation range? Okay. Now, how much does the lead passenger thing cost? Lead bunk is double the price per unit, but it's radiation effective. Still not gonna bother with it though. We are actually going to have to use dishes here. We have no choice. Okay. We need a lot more comms than that, though. Oh boy. I'm not looking forward to this. Hold on. Each dish gives us 12. Each one of these gives us 6. I don't know if that's really worth it. Those dishes are expensive. Okay, something like this might work. All these antennae pointing out the back. That is not quite, or there's slightly too many comms, actually. Hold on, I need to do the math on this. So it's 720k. Well, that stuff also does provide armor, though. That's a total of 4 tiles taken up and 12 comms given. I actually think the dishes might be worth it, now that I think about it. At least they certainly are in a situation like this where we need to maximize the... Or sorry, minimize the surface area of the ship. Then the dishes become very, very worth it. Yay! Okay, that works. Now we need to find some way to fit 39 command into this. Oh boy. Okay. Obviously we're going to be using the 2x2s. Oh, that's an interesting idea. We can put the comms in... No, we can't put the comms inside the ship. They don't count as armor. We'll make the ship slightly larger. It's an unorthodox design, but it works. We still need more command, though. And passengers. Can't forget that, but passengers are easy. And we can put 2 command, or 4, I guess, out here. On the edge of the turbines, now that we have that space unlocked for us. We are so close here. How much more command do we need? 10. Shit. Okay, new plan. Oh, that doesn't work. Shit. Okay. We still need 3 more command. Where the fuck am I gonna put 3? Where am I gonna put 3 more commands? Okay. It's fine. No, this isn't working. I need space to put exactly one more command on this ship. I don't want to add any more volume to it. Each volume costs an incredible amount of money. We could add another dish back here. And then a regular comms antenna right here. There is no pretty way to make that. That's okay. They didn't ask for a pretty ship, they asked for a square one. They asked for a fucking square one, so that's what they're getting. Wait, this didn't work, actually. Wait a minute, this didn't work. This didn't work. It wasn't enough. We can't make it better. Except we could. We could. What did we even change there? I don't understand. Nothing, right? Oh, I see. Hold on. Wait, this works. Hold on, this works. Just barely, but it works. I don't even really understand what I rearranged. But now it works. I just like locked in for a minute there, and then suddenly things started making sense. We need to armor that as well. Hold on. I hope they enjoy their square-ass ship. We'll put the cargo in the front because he doesn't mind the radiation. Then we need a number of passengers, but it's really not that many. And it's even symmetrical now. Let's add a little bit. Let's add structural bits to make it look cooler. Otherwise, it's ugly. And we don't want that. There we go. It's perfect. And square. But most importantly, it's square. Oh yeah, this is perfect. I bet we can double our membership by the end of the year. Then they'll have 6 people. And maybe people will stop asking for a polycule. Okay, bye. Let me know if you want to get assimilated. Dracula's Return. Incognito bureaucrat. To Dracula's Return. Wait, no. I wanted to check the shop. Oh well, it's too late. I have grown disillusioned with my vessel of blood. I appear once again before you to ask for an expansion. A wing for guests. I'm nothing if not hospitable. Now, at once, bring me a ship with a room for an army of thralls. Okay. It needs to be cloaked, too? Fuck. Alright, buddy. Oh, and it needs so much armor, too. Fuck this guy. Try the hyper pump this time. What engines do we need? We only need 12 thrust. No, 28 thrust. It needs so much firepower too. This guy is trying to piss me off. Actually trying to piss me off. How far does the basic cloak go? Okay. We are going to need the cloak 3x3. Or maybe we can get away with a bunch of smaller cloaks? Cloak 3x3 feels more efficient though. If you're going to be using more than two small cloaks, you want a big one. Wait, that's actually enough fuel. Hold on. This is perfect. My patience is being tested by this game. This is Sunshine Heavy Industries, or as I like to call it, heat sink wasting simulator. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose my mind. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's true. We're just gonna have to have an internal heat sink somewhere. There's no way around it. Oh, if we're gonna need that much energy, I should just have a fucking reactor back here, honestly. How can I fit that back there? Reactor? Where is it? How much power does 36 firepower take? That's 2 big turrets. Or I could be a little more... I could save a little money. No, that's stupid. Okay, 2 big turrets. We can have these like painting off to the side. I'm gonna have these here on the wings though, because they very neatly cover them up. Where was the fuel thing? There it is. Okay. Let's just be a little smart here. No matter what, we're still gonna need 1 fuel pump. Okay, I see. That's okay. It's so bad. So bad. I should be, like, taken out back and shot for this design. It's awful. It's horrid. At least it fits in the cloaking sphere so far. It's Saito? Don't say that. You'll make me feel bad. What's how many passengers do I need? 27. Okay. Need an additional passenger somewhere. Oh, this is where our fins should go in the back. There. not those ones. 3x3s. No, they block the heat sinks. Shit. Okay, we can't put those back there. Ooh, that's really obnoxious, actually. What if we moved those slightly? Okay, now we can put fins back there. Rather large fins, and it should be fine. However, we do still have a small issue. That is, these guns here will overheat. Can I put a heatsink on the back of them? I can. Oh, they don't have power either. Fuck. Okay. It's fine. Oh wait, no, better idea. Two solar panels. We're a little overspending on energy, but I think that's all right. Okay, we make these we make these heat sinks face backwards, we can put more fins. Okay, it's still not enough, but that works. That works. This ship is fine. That is a lot of profit. It is 8,000 profit. You know what? Fuck you, Dracula. Your specs suck. Thanks for all your money, asshole. Doesn't look too bad, actually. It's a little wide. That's okay. That's twice now that you've procured my gratitude. I'm feeling most sanguine this day. Farewell. Oh, haha, funny, because sanguine also refers to blood. Okay, I get it. Golden engine. Stylish, but not actually that remarkable. Incognito bureaucrat. Yes, hello. I hate to stoop to be here and talk to people, but all the Auberginian? I don't know how that's pronounced. I've seen that word before, though. Shipyards are booked for months. The rumor is that you have cloak drives and radar. I need both for my job. I'm a low-level government employee, you see, and I'm horrified my constituents will show up and ask me to do things for them. I've pretty much been on the run since my election. Why are you an eggplant? Why is this guy literally an eggplant emoji? Please hide me. Okay, whatever. What do we need here? No comms. 39 thrust, that's a lot. Ow! Ouch. Cyto Heavy Industries, we make steel pipes? Clearly. That's fucked up. Also, welcome in, BB Mom. I hope you enjoyed the stream. What do you need? Okay. Two of these. Or, Again, the dirty engines are really good. They have that obnoxious, like, radiation range, but that's okay. What is the golden engine for? It is exactly the same as the 4x2, but twice as expensive. Are we gonna have someone require us to use that at some point? This is gonna look ugly as shit. That's okay. At least the thing doesn't need armor for once. It doesn't need maneuverability either, so we can just do whatever. It only needs 15 fuel, so we'll just have two of these tanks. And then we need a cloak drive. We're gonna need a big cloak drive for this one. This may be one of those situations where, actually... we put the radar on the back, not the front, since we're already going to have heat sinks back there. Oh wait, this guy actually does need armor. Fuck. Son of a bitch. Okay. This is almost functional. Except no, it isn't. What the fuck is this ship supposed to be? Genuine question. It isn't symmetrical. Yeah, well, that's a problem for the buyer and not for me. Maybe they should have found someone to make their ship who was more willing to give a shit. This might be one of the situations where we actually want to use a heat vent. No, actually, or sorry, a heat pipe, but I actually don't think that that's worth it in this case. All right. That's gonna drive me crazy. I'm just gonna put a piece of armor on it and forget about it. God, we still need more radar. Are you kidding me? You know, What if I genuinely just, like, shot this guy for giving... What if I just killed him for giving me a ship, like, with requirements like this? What is this? Okay, my mouse not working properly is making this a lot more difficult than it has to be. You know, the longer I play this game, the more I question the fact of why are radars not required to be radiation sensitive? Shouldn't radars be radiation sensitive? All of these parts need a heat sink. Oh my god. We'll put one there. That's fine. No, it isn't. There we go. And the winner of this year's Most Inefficient Heatsink Use competition goes to Saito. Whatever. You know what? It's fine, I think. However, that is genius. The armored fuel tanks finally get to be used once. That's awesome. Never before have they been used. Okay, and then command can not go over the front of this. We still need passengers, but only 4. Which makes me think that this is a situation where we need a cab, and then something else. Just the cockpit 2x2, I think. Or in this case, the 1x4 is more than good enough. Now this still isn't armored enough. We would need a panel corner 2x2 as a requirement. Okay. And now we just need to armor the thing. It's great. This is beautiful, and anyone who says otherwise is a hater. I love the way that this ship looks. It literally could not be better. Let's change that though. No, I can't change that. That has to be that way. Oh, hold on. We could make this. No, we couldn't make this less ugly. This is as ugly. It has to look this ugly. But it's kind of got like a pretty. I think it looks decent. Even though it's like weirdly asymmetrical, it's still got some beauty to it in a certain sense. Yes, this will do for now. Heck to being on the run. Please, if anyone asks if I was here, tell them to fill out this paperwork requesting that information. Then throw the paperwork into a red dwarf star. Okay, we got a few more. Grandma's ship. 11 requirements. Hello, everyone. Grandma, what brings you here? Blasters. What do you mean, blast? Oh, you need thin cannons. Oh, they give maneuverability. They give... Wait, was that 90 agility? Hold on. What does a regular fin give? That's better than a fin 3x3. That's crazy. Okay, but she still needs 84 additional firepower. We're gonna want another one of those, almost certainly. Man, grandma's not fucking around. Look at these requirements. How much radar does this need? 6 radar? We have like half the firepower we need. That's crazy. Build something new? Yeah. Now we need to give a grandma a ship with enough firepower to fucking blow up a star, apparently. Wait, we can have those face backwards. That works. Yeah, it's gonna be another Terran battlecruiser style design. Unfortunately. This thing apparently needs front and top armor, but not bottom armor, so... Maybe we'll put some solar panels down there. Or no, we should put the solar panels on the top. What am I talking about? Okay. Sorry, how much firepower? More firepower do we need? 24 more firepower. There we go. Well, those can't stick out that far, actually. Maybe we have them point out the back. We just choose thinner guns. Like those. That works. Okay. We still need a lot more energy, though. That's unfortunate. If the wings are close enough for the solar panels to affect the guns down there, there's too close and then it blocks the line of sight of the things. There's something else I could do here. That looks pretty nice. However, we're a little bit short on energy. A solar panel would fix that, however. That's a bit silly looking, but it'll work. And then we need a couple of engines. Not very many. Just need... how much? 14 fuel? And then 19 thrusts. That will work. Pimping my Star Destroyer. Yeah, pretty much that's what this is. And then... I had a genius idea. It's a bit silly looking, but... Are you good at 3D spaceflight games too? It depends. I mean, if you're asking me if I'm good at Elite Dangerous, the answer is no. Have I played Elite Dangerous and do enjoy it? Yes. But that is different from being good at it. And I was gonna say, it depends on what you mean by 3D space game, because like Kerbal Space Program, I was actually kind of goated at that. Wait, hold on. The hyper pump is actually better than... what I was doing with all these. Yeah, let's use the hyper pump. Hold on. Oh no, it doesn't reach nearly far enough. No, the money that we would save is offset by having to have extra heat sinks. Okay, this is fine. But like, I don't know, space dogfighting games, I like them, but I ain't good at them. Oh, that would look really cool if that actually fit. What a shame. And we need 2 command on this. I forgot to put any command anywhere. We can just move these forward slightly. And put some command in there. Are we gonna have the command facing out the back? Having the windows face out the back feels weird, though. I don't want to do that. Okay. Now we just need 8 passengers. That's easy. And then we put in some structural scaffolding, because otherwise this would look kind of ugly. Windows, please do not make that noise ever again. There we go. The ship is mostly air, but it's fine. Oh fuck, we need more maneuverability? Oh shit. We can stick those in somewhere. Hold on. Perfect. We're not making nearly as much profit on this one as we probably should be. That's okay though. Grandma's just gonna have to be happy with that one. Thanks, kids. Gotta go. So quick. Don't you want to stop and talk for a bit? It's nice of you to ask, sweetie, but Grandma's got a date. Bye now. Do you think she meant a romantic date or a pirate bounty date? That's what I'm fucking wondering too. Who needs 84 firepower? The blasters could really be for either. What year did this game come out? What year did this game come out? Hold on. Hey, you guys see that, right? What year did this game come out? What year did this come out? It's actually not as old as I thought it was. This game is from 2021. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, no, this game was made when that was still a funny bit. I can't stream for... We'll have to do these last few shifts some other time. Because I've already been live for 4 hours. I thought I was only going to be live for 3. So unfortunately, I will have to end stream here. And we'll have to build these last couple starships some other time. There's probably enough for another short stream. That said, I don't really think I'm gonna raid out tonight. I'm just gonna end stream. I wasn't supposed to be here this long anyways. Thank you all for stopping by. This was not a particularly long or a high energy stream. However, I did want to stream today. And I'll be streaming again tonight, Monday night. So I'll see you all then. Have a great rest of your morning or a great rest of your evening, and until